Well, good evening from the Pompey Observatory. We have a very ambitious night tonight. It's still bright outside, so I have no way of plate solving. I am taking a chance at grabbing the Chinese space station. We'll see if we get it. I should be hitting the capture at 8:38:45. So I should probably run a watch. So that'll be exactly a minute and a half. Doesn't give me much time to do much. Other than to let people know that we are live. Yep, 1 minute to capture. Okay, it's going straight, so let's pull the capture ready. We hit capture in 30 seconds. It should be passing through at exactly 20:39. So we're going to bracket it by about 1 minute. And there we go. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Okay. That was a good one. That was a good one. Let's see what we got. All right. Let's see if we can find out what we did here. And then in a couple of minutes, we should be pulling the other telescopes up. We plan to have a 4-telescope night. So we're going to process it with pip. I'm going to tell it is an international space station, and initially just get the TIFF files, no need for centering or anything, just want to see what we got. how many frames hit the mark. Morning, Red Angel. Okay. I don't know if stacking is going to do us much good. Yeah, we're all over the place. But we did fairly well with 16 frames. And this one looks good. Let's see if we can stack some of them. Astrosurface. Files. Oh no, wrong file. No, captures. I don't know if we can cheat and just pick the good ones. This is good. This is good. You know what, I'm gonna let it decide on its own what's good and what's not. So I'm gonna put them all and have it stack 50% of them. Okay, RGB is fine. Register, detect, we're good. Analyze, I want to stack 50%. Yeah, not too good. I should do the selection myself. Yeah, that stacking is not gonna do it. We're just gonna go with lucky imaging and see which one looks nicest. This one looks nicest. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. Yeah, this is gonna have to do. Okay, task 1 completed successfully. Stand by. So we're going to change the picture here. Good evening, Bill. We just succeeded in capturing the Chinese space station in broad daylight, and I was tickled at the success of the capture without the benefit of any plate solving or aligning or anything. We ended up with 16 frames, and this is one of the better frames. It certainly is not National Geographic worthy. Hi, Zena. We had a very bad thunderstorms go through a little bit ago, but we should be clear the rest of the night. So as I bring all the scopes online one at a time, I figured might as well have you on board. Okay. No, this is AZ-GTi. There we go. We should be bringing Seestar on board next. Let's see where we can get it. Okay, DWARF is online, but not ready to do any calibration yet. Stellina is waiting. The big plan for tonight is we have some time to kill, but in another half hour or so, asteroid Iris should be in sight. We're going to try to go after it. And then M27, I'd like to see what Stellina does with it. DWARF is going to sit on TCRB for much of the night, and we'll have Stellina, Seestar, and C11 all on Abel 39, beginning just after midnight. Okay, Seestar. Seestar is going to occupy the top left quadrant, and we have it tilted for now. Okay. We are connected, that is good. And I don't see Polaris yet, so we're gonna let it sit for a minute. Let's see if we can connect to Stellina. Stellina is the only one of the smart telescopes that is not in station mode. NGC 2207. I don't know if we have done it. Let's see what it is. It will rise at 5:46 and set at 15:01, so it is a daytime target right now. It is going to be doable come November. Bill, you're gonna have to remind me in November. I am unlikely to remember. Let me make a note of NGC 2207 November time frame. Stellina. Okay. We have Stellina. I'm going to check if we have the ability to pull any of these as full screen as needed. There is Stellina. Okay, let's go with display capture. There is Stellina full. There is the C11 full screen. DWARF full screen. And then Seestar full screen. So we have the ability to pull any one of the four full screen. So we can have any of them full screen, or we can have all four at the same time. Okay, we have to adjust them again. Sorry. This is 1. This is 2. Dwarf got out of hand. Okay, I promise I will stop fooling around and get to work soon. All right. It's 9 o'clock. Let's see who wants to connect. All right, I have Seestar. Let's see if we can go to Polaris first. Next, we're going to see if it looks like DWARF has enough stars in sight to attempt a calibration. Yeah, it may. Let's try it. So far it has been a disaster, Bill. After I collimated and finished and everything looked good, the following day it was exactly back to where we started. So I'm going to do that again. I wish I could find a way to do it during daytime. I took the mirror out and adjusted it manually to make sure it is as closely aligned as possible. Put it in, adjusted the 3 bolts until I was satisfied that we were smack in the middle. And the following day it was back to exactly where we had started. Now I have a Byzantine failure with the 16-inch telescope that we have to resolve. Dr. Robin Glover, the author of Sharp Cap, has been working closely with me to figure out why, even though I'm staring at M57 in the middle of the screen, Sharp Cap says that I am 14 degrees off in right ascension. And after a lot of research, we discovered that the mount is lying by 1 hour. It's lying about what it's looking at. I give it a go-to, it'll go exactly to where I'm telling it to go, and then it lies about where it has gone to. We say go to 18 hours, 33 minutes, whatever. It does that and it says I am at 17 hours, 33 minutes. So now we're debugging the driver to see where that lost in translation is happening. Yeah, there is an hour somewhere. Either daylight savings or central time or something. Calibration failed. Okay. There are stars everywhere, don't know why it failed. Let's raise it just a little bit more. Avoid a few more trees. And here we go. Let's attempt again. Plenty of stars here. Hi, Mike. We got a tremendously nice capture of the Chinese space station in broad daylight. Let me see if we can pull it up here. As I mentioned earlier, it's not Nat Geo worthy. But to my surprise, it went smack through the middle. And this is probably one of the better frames. Okay, that'll have to do for now. Did not see if calibration succeeded there. No, it's still calibrating, okay. Dwarf is not happy. That usually means only one thing, and that is restart it. As you have heard in the past, Dwarf is the only one of those smart telescopes that can restart remotely. This is gonna have to do here. Okay. Saturn will be rising just about now, and it'll be viewable around 11:30. It'll be high enough. In the meantime, M27 is ripe. I wanted to give Stellina something to do while waiting for Abel 39. Right now the priority is to get Seestar and Stellina busy, focus on getting a Dwarf to capture TCRB and then leave it alone, and then get the big scope ready for Abel. We'll do Saturn before Abel 39. Looks like we are where we need to be. The only thing we still need to do is turn on. It's gonna be a humid night. I took Seestar to the future home, and it insisted on calibrating the compass because we had moved by 3 miles. I did not realize that the movement of only 3 miles required recalibrating the compass. It wasn't easy calibrating it in the middle of an open field. Goodbye, Gina. Okay, Seestar is feeling jealous of its siblings, and it's starting an attitude. The dwarf just succeeds initializing. Looks like it. Okay, let's go to the CrB. Yes, we have the CrB smack in the middle. Has not blown up yet. We'll come and check back on dwarf occasionally. Let me put it on 4 seconds and take out the infrared. The star in the very middle of the image is TCRB. So there we go. And Stellina has succeeded. It suggests M27 as the first target on the list. In the meantime, while Stellina is doing its thing, we're gonna go to the big guy and see if we can find asteroid Iris. Yep, it is right there. No, it cannot be 204 sources. Okay. This is asteroid Iris in the middle of the frame. I don't know if it will still be visible enough with 2 seconds. We're going to live stack a few. Still very bright. It's not stacking. Okay, no stacking. And this is a starling passing by the iris. Uh-oh. Scope decided to move on its own. Hi Larry. Yes, cursor at TCRB. Let's blow up TCRB for a second. Blowing up, I'm talking about the display. This is TCRB. Can you see the cursor and the star? The brighter star to the upper right is, I believe, epsilon CRB. And when TCRB goes nova, it should be brighter than this is epsilon CRB. And when TCRB goes nova, it should get brighter than that. Well, your multitasking and multitasking are slightly different. I have 4 telescopes going at the same time. The big challenge tonight, actually tomorrow morning, is to see among Stellina, Seestar and Celestron, which one of them will get a Bell 39 first, while DWARF keeps an eye on TCRB. But in the meantime, we're keeping all 3 busy. With dumbbell. Hello, David. Top left, bottom right is M27 Messier 27 dumbbell nebula. Top right on DWARF II is TCRB, waiting for it to go nova on us. And bottom left is the 11-inch telescope, and it should be going to TCRB soon. Sorry, to M27 soon. It has enough stars to plate solve, so we'll get there momentarily. Good, that was quickie. Yep, there it is. Good morning, Tariq. So I only have 1 telescope without the dew heater on, and that's DWARF right now. Let's see if we can turn it on. David, the big plan for tonight is to try to capture what should be a very beautiful target but very hard to get, and that is a Bell 39. That's why I have the Stellina, Seestar, and the Celestron. They will all be on the same target, but for now we are warming up, making sure they are all working, and they seem to be good. Then we had some success over the weekend because the county health department insisted that we perform percolation tests on the new property, just in case somebody in the future wants to build on it. Apparently, you drill a big hole, you fill it with water, and you wait and see how long it takes for it to drop by 1 inch. Anything under an hour, under 60 minutes, will pass. The first hole drained by 1 inch in under 2 minutes. I am basically on the second highest point in Onondaga County. So not doing too bad. They drilled a second hole and that drained in 5 minutes. So we're golden there. Tuesday morning we will have the surveyor come and put 4 stakes in the ground. That will give us a square. And then we pull the paperwork together and sit and wait for government to do its thing. They supposed to act on it on September 16, and then wait for a 30-day hearing because all the neighbors within 1,000 feet will have a chance to speak up. I don't think any of them can speak up because they are 6 feet under, but we have to do that. And then in the October 14, or is it 21? October 21 meeting, they should give us the go-ahead to close. So it'll be a Halloween time frame of starting to image from up there. Yes, they do. Okay, not happy with the auto stretch. Let's go back to no stretch. Okay, we'll include all the energy, keep it there. That will be the first milestone, getting ownership of the property. The second milestone is starting to negotiate with the town on whether a concrete slab is considered a structure or not, and then deciding if I'm better off going with a 12-foot by 12-foot concrete slab or a circle with a 13-foot diameter, both of which will be under the limit of 144 square feet that does not require a permit. Otherwise, we'll go through the permitting process. Anyway, I doubt we'll be pouring concrete this winter. That may have to wait till spring. I am in communication with Wayne Parker to start designing the observatory. We'll most likely end up going with the Skyshed Max. This way it will have enough room to store a lawnmower, and enough hardware in there. And the town is saying if it's a plastic structure without running water, then I will not need a permit, but they would appreciate being notified so they are not taken by surprise. Beetlejuice should be doable in the morning. David, what time zone are you in? David, that's what insurance is for? I learned that from Elon Musk, actually, when I visited with him a while back, and we were concerned about cyber attacks during a launch that will cause a launch failure or a rocket to be destroyed. And his answer was, that's what insurance is for. I end up being paid twice for the same payload. Uh-oh, what just happened? Ah. Okay, Maryland, nice. I'll most likely put a 6-foot high fence, and the overwhelming opinion right now when I ask people which is going to be more effective, to put a sign on it that says electric fence, or to put a sign which says beware snakes, as to which one will keep the teenagers out. And we're very likely to go with a robotic lawn mower to mow the cemetery as well as the 2 acres. Let it run all night, all day, whenever. I like your sense of humor. Help wanted will certainly keep them away. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you have joined us in the last hour or so, hi Richard. The plan for tonight, I mean, this is a Bell 39 night, and the miscellaneous collateral targets that I had set were the Chinese space station during broad daylight, success. TCRB, we are on it, it has not exploded yet, success. M27, we have 3 telescopes on M27 right now. We're going to have an assortment of planets to look at. We're going to start with Saturn before we can look at Abell 39. And once we put 3 telescopes on Abell 39, then we'll see which one will render it first. Bill, do you want audio or are you happy with QWERTY? David M27, if you look at the top left, which is Seestar, on dwarf it will be about half of that. Actually, Seestar gives me the luxury of double clicking on it and making it twice as big for a moment. Okay, gotcha. The stars look fat here. Once we're done with M27, we'll refocus Seestar. Yeah, they appear just a little bit bloated. Let's do that now and we'll come back to it. Stellina and DWARF have adopted the philosophy of focusing before every capture, whether it needs it or not. And Stellina has gone a step further. Whenever there is a temperature change by more than 5 degrees, it will refocus. Okay, we just focused here. Restart, no point in continuing. My money is on Stellina tonight for being the first to render a Bell 39 even before the 11-inch. Just a hunch. I suspect the Celestron is going to have trouble with stacking if we are in an area of the sky without enough stars. Good evening, Richard. How is Ottawa? Ah, I think I need to label the Seestar. Okay, let's see how they have handled Starlink. Okay, Stellina needs to be waken up. Okay, everybody has been labeled. Yeah, I'm not seeing a trace of that on Stellina. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, Stellina detected the satellite trail and did not stack that frame. They're supposed to do that. So Seestar did not delete it. One of the projects that I plan to give my students, if they want to take it this fall, is to write a program to detect satellite trails in astro images and delete them by averaging adjacent pixels on the same frame and pixels from adjacent frames. Yes, stacking will usually take care of it, but not if there is a Starlink train going through. That'll take a while. With neural networks, thanks Bill. With neural networks, we should be able to process the images automatically and detect and delete star trails and average out the adjacent pixels. That's how StarNet can remove the stars from an image and leave the nebulosity in it. I found a solution to clouds. The radio telescope will be delivered and installed, I believe, in the fall at SUNY Oswego. And that will be able to see through clouds and through rain. And I'm really looking forward to putting side by side 16-inch scope, 2-inch scope, and radio telescope and have them look at Jupiter at the same time. Apparently Jupiter is particularly active in the 2 to 4 gigahertz range in terms of emitting radio waves that a radio telescope will capture happily. and so is Saturn. I did not think of moonlight glare. That's something to look into. Don't know. Right now my priority is to convince the M16 to stop lying. I'm going to cycle through all 4 telescopes, giving each of them the full screen for a couple minutes. We're going to start with the Seestar. Voila. No, sorry, this is Stellina. My bad. And then Seestar. Now that we have cleaned up the focus, I'm going to there zoom in and do some contrast adjustment. This way we will have Seestar on par with Stellina in terms of background color. And then we're going to look at yeah, that's the plan. I will be helping them. Don't know if I mentioned, but as of earlier this week, I have been appointed as a visiting scholar at SUNY Oswego in the physics and astronomy department. That and $1.95 will buy me a cup of coffee at Stewart's gas station, so this is good. But that has given me slightly better access, and yeah, they are counting on me to do to help commission the radio telescope and get it working. We're buying it from the Netherlands. One thing I can do with the big picture here, the big scope, is to sacrifice the colors of the stars for the background. And unfortunately we are seeing a lot of field rotation here. And last one we're going to take a peek at is CrB, make sure it's still there. It has drifted a bit, but there she is. And then we go back to that's my puppy calling me. I will be back. I'm going to go audio silent for a few minutes to bring my Belgian Malinois back inside. See you soon. Dogs are inside and the neighbors can sleep now. We just had a satellite trail that went through Dwarf. Dwarf is not stacking, so doesn't matter. We're still looking at TCRB and it has not exploded. Okay, I'm taking requests for what we're gonna do over the next couple hours before Abel 39 shows up. The big scope is going to be chasing planets soon, but in the meantime, for the next 2 hours, we have Seestar and Stellina available for viewer requests. As a reminder, the appearance of ads on this channel does not constitute my endorsement of their content, especially in this season. Saturn is already 3 degrees up, so we're going to give it a little bit longer. Messier 2 and 15 and 31 and 33 are in sight. Northwest is no good. Give me a few months and then Northwest will be excellent when we move to the new home. Right now, West is a dirty word. I have an entire mountain behind me. Yeah, Pelican Nebula is very doable. Which scope do you want on it, Larry? Shall we try Stellina? I think Stellina will do most justice. And let's take a picture. Stellina suggested it might take up to 2 hours to do justice to this one. We have time. I was very surprised this evening that the iOptron mount that's carrying the Celestron Edge HD 11-inch. As a reminder, the capacity of that mount is 33 pounds. The weight of my telescope with camera and focuser is only 32.5 pounds. So we're talking about a half-pound difference between the advertised capacity and the load that I'm putting on it. When I was at the Northeast Astronomy Forum, I met the founder of iOptron, and I asked him the question bluntly, will the mount handle this payload? And he said, yeah, no problem, just make sure you put enough counterweights. The manual says the maximum counterweight you can put is 10 pounds. He said go with 30. So that's what I have, a 30-pound counterweight. So that is a very, very heavy load on a mount that only weighs 8 pounds. The moral of the story is, this afternoon when I told it to go to Altair for a rendezvous with the Chinese space station, it got there with less than a 5 arc-minute error. And this is, by the way, a mount that is not aligned. It only knows where home is. When I tell it go home, it goes home. But that's about it. That is the only point of reference, and that point of reference is pointing due south with the telescope pointing straight up. So from there, when I said go rendezvous with the Chinese space station, it found it with no problem. It was less than 5 minutes off the center. So for those who follow the stock market, you may have heard that YouTube revenue from ads had disappointed, and I suspect this explains YouTube's reaction to that by increasing the frequency at which they push ads into channels. And to that I extend my regret. Not much I can control. The only thing I can do is to tell them to forgo putting any ads which does not make either YouTube or me happy. Or I can tell them that the content has been cleared for as children safe. And then we have to go through a whole other bunch of hoops. The only content that I have that is labeled as child safe is looking at the fawn in my backyard. These images of the Pelican Nebula being stacked with H-alpha and O3 passing through is not quite what we call intended for children. Six 888. Let me see where they are. Yeah, 6888 is definitely doable. Let's put Seestar to good use. Larry, apparently people who have YouTube Plus, who pay the $9 whatever many dollars per month subscription, do not get any ads. There is also the possibility of blocking ads completely, which you can do. But the way I see it, YouTube is carrying the cost of storage of my 2,000 plus videos and the cost of streaming bandwidth. And I have no problem with them recovering some of that cost. Does this star pattern look legit for Crescent? Yes, it is. Okay, good. 28 years ago, frustrated with NBC's incompetence when it comes to covering the Olympics, I decided to do something about it, and I started my own internet channel to stream live track meets. We called it trackmeets.com at the time, and found myself putting on the Canadian Olympic trials live, what became known as every lap of every race. We covered with 3 different streams the track events, the field events, which basically the throwing events and the jumping events. And I had to go through the mechanics of securing servers, securing bandwidth, managing viewer access. Was nothing short of a technical challenge. We're talking about 25 years ago, 10 years before YouTube came into existence. Did that for several years, and then we found ourselves a nation at war, and it was time to stop playing games on the internet and get a real job, which is what I did. So now to have somebody else do all of that for me, the hosting, the streaming, the managing the viewers, I don't mind it a bit. Yeah, I understand we won gold in it by 5,000ths of a second. I still cannot see Saturn from my window. Bill, when I became a threat to ABC and NBC and ESPN, I knew that I was doing something right. We were putting on the junior figure skating events that nobody carries. Absolutely nobody puts them on TV. We're talking about kids, teenagers. And then we got a direct cease and desist from ABC because they put on 1 hour of figure skating from the national championship once a year or something like that. And they accused us of dilution of their content by putting on 50, 60 hours a week live of every kid skating at Lake Placid. And the National Federation eventually took away from us permission to do that because they did not want to risk the wrath of ABC that was carrying that 1 hour a year of their senior competition. And we had the same problem with NBC when it came to track. They went after USA Track and Field. I got to know the USA Track and Field folks very, very well, being a runner and involved with their events. And Craig Masbach at the time, the former Olympian, was the CEO of USA Track and Field. And we reached an agreement that during the national championships, we will carry live everything that NBC was not going to be carrying, and whenever NBC went live, we will stop. And then eventually they did not like that at all, because believe it or not, the commentators that I had who were kids had actually competed in the events that they were covering, and they had a rough idea of what's going on, whereas NBC was putting, how do you call it, total morons, explaining why somebody would go 25 laps around an oval and how they would feel, even though their credentials were sprinters in the 100 and 200, and they would have no idea what the 10,000 meters is. I doubt they could spell 10,000, let alone run it. So when there was a public outcry wanting NBC to just turn over the whole meet to us, they killed us, they shut us out. The interesting thing is trackmeets.com was really an academic exercise run at a university. Everybody involved were faculty and students at Syracuse University. And the guy in charge of helping us create content was the producer of the NBC 1988 Olympics out of Seoul. So he knew what he was talking about before joining the faculty at Newhouse School of Communications at SU. And he and I sat down with a paper and a pencil to decide where to best locate the cameras. The concept of having 12 cameras around the track so the athlete is always running into the camera and you have no idea where they are on the track does not appeal. We ended up with two cameras, one staring down the straightaway and one very high up that is following the athletes around the track so you knew where they were. And we switched back and forth between the two cameras. So when they were running the backstretch or the turns, we were with them from the high up camera and you could see the entire field. And as soon as they came down the straightaway, we switched to the ground level camera that's staring in their face, and you could see everybody's face running towards the camera and then peeling off as they turned. And the viewers liked it. We were also able to automate the high jump and the pole vault with unmanned cameras. You just put the camera at the right angle and you don't need anybody to man it. You mic the officials and you don't need anybody to provide commentary because the officials were calling the athletes and calling the height of the bar and you could see whether they cleared it or not. Unlike the long jump and the triple jump where you're at the mercy of the official to tell you how far they jumped or how far they threw something, high jump and pole vault are masochistic events. They always end in failure. And they were fun to watch. Yup. Yeah. But yeah, covering track meets, and then eventually we did quite a bit of wrestling because that's a college sport that doesn't get much attention. And then we did some horse shows and jumping. But the track meets, it was a tremendous bonding experience with my wife and the three children. I mean, they were teenagers rubbing elbows with Olympians, literally. I still remember when my 9-year-old daughter directing a meet, operating the cameras, and one of the officials came to talk to her and asked who was in charge. As an adult, she is just about 5 foot, so you can imagine how tall she was then, and she stood up to explain that she was in charge. It was fun. Welcome back, Zena. Yes, it was 20 years ago, 24 years ago to be precise. 2000 was our banner year, and 2001 we were doing extremely well until 9/11 happened. Bill, I don't know if you guys can see that link, but that is the Wayback Machine that takes a snapshot of what we were doing at the time. The Canadians embraced us like you wouldn't believe it. The folks from the Knights of Columbus indoor games in Saskatoon and Saskatchewan, covered our expenses to go there in January. If you have never run in minus 40 degrees, I joke about that's the only time where Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same. And we experienced that a few times in Saskatoon in January. And you have to realize we ran this entire operation with volunteers. These were students getting academic credit for traveling around the country and putting on athletic events live. Minus 26 is the coldest I've seen in Pompey. Yeah, minus 40 was once in Saskatoon. But it was a dry minus 40, as Zena will appreciate when she talks about a dry 120. It was a very dry minus 40. Okay, what is Saturn? And is it time to go visit it? Saturn is still low, but we're gonna pay it a visit anyway. Whoa. We're still below 10 degrees with Saturn, so we don't have Saturn yet. It may be time to try to focus. Good night, Zena. I have a big scope that is not happy. It just shut down all the programs. Time to reopen them. Big mount is not moving. I'm gonna go check on it. Audio out, be back. Okay, I'm back. Big scope crashed, but crashed in a good way. It just gave an error message saying, I don't know where I am, so I'm not going anywhere. Which is better than the previous crash where it tangled all the wires and tried to rip them off. Let's see if we can put some sense in it. Yep, it's moving again. I want to try to focus the camera. Not seeing anything. Okay, there they are. It's looking like we have clouds outside. Yep. We have some clouds to contend with. Hang in there, folks. According to Astrospheric, we are still good for our date with Abel 39. Just minor passing high clouds that should be out of the way soon. Okay, let's go visit the 3 scopes that are doing useful work. I'm going to start by looking at taking a quick peek at TCRB. It has drifted up to here. So I'm going to bring it back to the center by stopping and going back there with Atlas. Uh-oh, okay, Astro. Thank you. Although it appears if I don't do anything, it's going to move back on its own. Atlas. Yep, TCRB is smack in the middle. And as a reminder, this is epsilon CRB, and when TCRB goes nova, it's gonna look brighter than this. So we're back. I'm gonna make it just a bit brighter. Okay. It's Dwarf that's keeping an eye on TCRB. Sorry about the Seestar appearing there. That's not supposed to be there. It is Dwarf that's keeping an eye on TCRB. Yeah, Seestar would keep it in the middle if we ask it to. Let me adjust this artifact so we don't have this error again. Alright, we should be better now. Next one to look at is Stellina. Yeah, it's my bad. There is Stellina. The Pelican Nebula. And then next we're going to look at Seestar is not doing too well with the satellite trails today. That's Crescent. So these are the three telescopes that are working right now. We're up to 11 o'clock. I need to get us out of the cloud so we can adjust the focus. All right, this is viable. Trying to see if the autofocuser will autofocus on us on the big rig, otherwise we'll have to do it manually. Yeah, keeping my fingers crossed that the CPU will keep handling it. The fan is running at full speed, but that is okay. Alright, we're gonna stop the focuser and go to 17420. Looks like this is the best we're gonna get tonight, focus-wise. Saturn should be high enough. Let's hope it's out of the clouds. Vivante, yes it is. Vivante, looks like this is the first time you find this channel, so please subscribe. We are live whenever the weather permits with some interesting targets. Doesn't want to find Saturn. Okay, we found Saturn. Now it's gonna come very bright. We got Saturn and its moons. And as you can tell, the seeing is lousy. Vivant, the plan for tonight is to look at, just after midnight, we're going to start looking at Abel 39, which is a very fascinating target. Had never done it before. That's why we have 4 telescopes ready to take it on. In the meantime, the telescope in the top right, the DWARF II, is keeping an eye on CrB, waiting for it to go nova on us. And we thought we will grab Saturn quickly while we can. It's just a bit too much, too jumpy. Ah. Yeah. Hi, Jacob. This is unbelievable. And this is where we'll try to take a big capture. I want to stop the mount from tracking for a second to see if it's the mount. The mount is going berserk. TCRB is in DWARF II. Let me pull up TCRB for you. This is TCRB on the tip of the arrow. When TCRB goes nova, it's going to look as bright, if not brighter, than the Epsilon CRB, Epsilon Corona Borealis. So this is TCRB right here. Looks like the Ioptron mount has calmed down. I don't know what happened to it. It went berserk. So we have Saturn finally stable. So we can take another quick capture. And for those of you who are interested in a quick lesson in stacking planets and processing them, excuse me, we're going to do that right away. My preferred program is AstroSurface. We're going to go to Files, Open AVI. Let me put this big screen so you can see what I'm doing. And captures, there is Saturn. Open, it is Bayer, register, detect, double click, and we're going to go with I usually go with top 20% of frames. Analyze. Okay. 32 pixels, stack it. Edit. Levels and wavelets. Okay, it's not going to look too nice tonight, but that's what it is. Okay, back to the 4 telescopes. Jacob, which dual band HA filter did you order for the D2? Okay, let's go around and see what the other scopes are doing. This is the Seestar. It's covering the Crescent Nebula. This is coming out nicely. I want to revert here to make it just a bit softer. This is showing the additional nebulosity around it. And it shows one satellite trail going through it. So that is the Seestar. The Stellina is showing the Pelican Nebula. And Stellina can do something that the others cannot do. And let's go over it and show the progression which it has stacked them. We're at only 223 frames, so we'll keep going for another half hour or so. The dwarf, as we mentioned just a bit ago, is keeping an eye on TCRB, and there is TCRB. And finally, the big rig, 11-inch Celestron Edge HD, is taking a peek at Saturn. So in another half hour we'll start looking for a bell, but we may be able to go look at Neptune soon. Actually, the 3 planets in a row as you go out from Earth, Mars, when it is close enough to us, has some incredibly nice features. The colors on Mars are just stunning. And Jupiter, needless to say, has its own beauty. And then Saturn, of course. But of the three, I am partial for Mars. It's a lot more challenging to capture. It's not close enough, often enough. So come winter, we should have Mars much closer to us, and then we'll be taking some nice pictures, I hope. Okay, back to all four. Don't know why the mount is not happy. Then we got some incredibly good pictures of the pillars of creation with the Seestar. And if you stand by, I will show you what I mean. Okay, prepare to be amazed. This is an image taken with Seestar without any post-processing. That is Pillars of Creation and Eagle M16. Almost as good as the James Webb Space Telescope, not quite. Let me put it back up. It almost looks three-dimensional, and you can certainly see the eagle. M16 is very obvious there. And let me stress once more that this is unprocessed. There was no post-processing. This is the image that came out of Seestar after, I think it was about 45 minutes of integration. And for the most part, the stars are almost round. Not perfectly round, but almost. This is where Stellina wins hands down. Stellina has the roundest stars of them all, probably because of the sensor rotation or sensor derotation, if you will. That was a voila. Do you see what just went through? This was probably an Airbus 320 that went through the dwarf field of view. Dwarf is not stacking, it's just staring. So time to ask. It takes a while to integrate Pelican. Stellina says it needs 2 hours. I'm gonna go take a look at Abel 39, see where it is. See if we can take a quick peek at Neptune. Neptune is at 16 degrees, so it should be doable. There it is in the corner. Yup. I'm gonna move it to the middle and zoom in it. Not very pretty. Jacob, did you see the Chinese space station that I captured this afternoon? In broad daylight. I was amazed that the mount, without any alignment, found it within 5 minutes, 5 arc minutes. And let me pull it up since I'm bragging about it. You did, good. My trick has become find a bright star near which the space station will pass. Doesn't have to be too close, as long as it is within 30, 45 degrees, whatever, roughly within the same part of the sky. And do a go-to and then see how far off, assuming you can see the star during daylight. I went for Altair, I usually go for Vega, and this time I was only five arc minutes off. So I went with that, and sure enough, it went straight through the center of the image, the frame. Glad you were lurking. Yeah, I went with, a couple of days ago, I went with Vega. This time Vega was a bit high, so I went with Altair. Bill, it's almost tomorrow, so we're going to take a peek and see where Abel is right now. Something not right. Something very wrong. This is showing an azimuth of 264. That's not what Stellarium was showing. Stand by, Houston, we have a problem. Still working on the Perseids to see which telescope is going to be best, what field of view. Bill, do you see what I'm seeing? This is Abell 39. According to Stellarium, it is at 110 degrees azimuth and 5 degrees altitude. And according to Starry Night, come on, the same Abell 39 is at 265 degrees azimuth and 48 altitude. Good night, Jacob. Take care. Okay, we're going to forego Starry Night because it is showing a totally different object under the same name. No, it is not the 1 hour error. That was on the Meet 16. But here we have a major discrepancy. With the Stellarium and Starry Night having two totally different objects with this by the same name. Let me do due diligence. We're looking for the one that has a blue disk, correct? That's the one we're looking for. This one says it is in the constellation Hercules. That's not good. (16 hours 27 minutes). 16 and 27. Yep. So Stellarium got it wrong. When I was going by Stellarium, none of the scopes is controlled by Stellarium tonight. But we have a situation, Bill. Your record remains intact. You picked another target that I cannot go to. Let's go back to Starry Night and see. Okay, let's see up here. Yeah, this is the target that Wikipedia says, where Wikipedia says it is. So let's see when that target is visible from here. By the time it's dark enough, it has gone past the meridian and very, very high up. Let's see if we go several days out. No, it's getting worse. Check with me next May. I think we lost it for now. No, that was another interesting situation of total disconnect between Stellarium and Starry Night. I did not for a moment double check, thinking that this is a standard object that appeared in both catalogs. Okay, Bill, we are all dressed up and nowhere to go. pick something. Yeah, Abel 39 is out for tonight, unfortunately. It is due west and I have no way of getting to it. Well, the Abel 39 that I was tracking and keeping an eye on was through Stellarium, which turned out to be the wrong Abel 39. Thanks, Barpo. Glad you're watching. And please subscribe. Bill, we have a discrepancy. Starry Night shows a Abel 39 and the Stellarium shows a different Abel 39. And the one that you wanted apparently is at due west right now. The one I thought you wanted is due east, but that's not the one. It's almost tomorrow here. Actually, it is tomorrow. It is today. It is midnight here, Tariq. Tariq, Stellarium just gave us another error. It has been giving me many errors in its database, and that one is awful. So Bill, you have a choice. Pick a target. As long as it is between north and south, facing east. I will not have that constraint on you once I have my observatory come winter. And I promise you a full Messier marathon. An all-nighter starting with sunset, going all the way to sunrise. Out of the 110, I should be able to pick 104. By the way, considering that my new observatory will be at the second highest point in Onondaga County, I have clear view not just the horizon, but about 5 degrees below the horizon, so I may be able to pick up more than the 104 that I could get from 0 to 0. If I'm going from -5 to 0, I may be able to pick up a couple more. Cassiopeia A, let's see what that is. There is no Cassiopeia A in the catalog. It will be soon, it's not yet. Yeah, Orion is not up yet. I'm gonna look and see where Cassiopeia is tonight and what we have to look at it. Okay, there is Cassiopeia, we can see it. Larry, is Cassiopeia A just a star? Or is there more to it? And GC 281 is there. Okay. For some reason, nobody is showing me where it is. All right, there it is. We could go there and see what we see. telescope. Supernova remnant. It's about 5 minutes. Let's see what we get from it. We have acquisition. Let's see if we can plate solve it. We have stars. This is nice. Walk in the park. Instant solving. And let's start stacking. Okay, we are on Cassiopeia A. Let's see how long we're going to stack it. In the meantime, Stellina decided to go to sleep. Thanks, Bill. I'm gonna see now if I can convince Seestar to talk to Stellarium. It has been touch and go, but we're gonna try Dr. Kai's software. So far, so good. It connected. Huh. For some reason it thinks that never mind. Never mind. My bad. Okay, we have connected. I want to send it there. Seestar. Alright, we are capturing Cassiopeia A on Seestar as well to see what it'll do with it. Sorry, I've not been able to keep up with the chat. I don't know much about the Oswego radio telescope. If it doesn't have friendly GUI, we'll give it a friendly GUI. Thanks, Mike. Yep, Mike is in New Jersey. Hello, Julie. All right, let's go back to the big scope and see what it's doing. I don't know if YouTube will let me go higher resolution. Next time I'll go live, I will see if OBS Studio will do that. Right now it is limiting me to the size of my screen, which is 1920 by 1080. I'll try to see if I can push either of my screens to 4K or possibly get a 4K screen and see where that goes. I am looking at the settings of OBS Studio. It talks about the canvas, the base canvas resolution, and it's setting it to 1920 by 1080, and then the scaled output resolution the same, and no need to downscale with a frame per second of 30. I will revisit these next time. And see if it will allow a monitor that is 1080 to be upsampled to 4000. Okay, it's time to make a quick round of all 4 screens and see what they're doing. I'm gonna blow them up one at a time. Starting with the Edge HD. We're looking at Cassiopeia A. Not much showing yet. Next, we're gonna go to Seestar. It's trying to show the same thing. No objects to mark. And just a bit of contrast maybe. Yeah, there is something starting to show down here. We'll give it time and see if it does take shape. This is still looking at Cassiopeia A. Pelican Nebula we have. Okay. Houston, we have a problem here. It has not been stacking. And I suspect that it has gone beyond the 80-degree altitude that Stellina will work with. Alright, we need the coordinates of Cassiopeia. '23, '23, '26. 58, 48, 46. 58, 48, 46. And last, before we leave it, is to take another peek at CrB. And it still has not blown up. There is CrB. Bill, I have 5G coverage with 700 megabit per second download and about 150 megabits per second upload. So no need for Starlink. That was a primary consideration for me to be able to have very high speed 5G access. Both T-Mobile and Verizon wireless give unlimited 5G home internet, so I don't have to worry about gigabits per second. I checked AT&T on the hill, and it was not good. It's a matter of where the towers are, who put the tower. Plus, I have a Spectrum cable literally across the road, and that would be a possibility if I want them to pull it over. The big consideration or the big debate is electricity. The power is across the street, and that's going to require either going under the road, which is an expensive proposition, or putting a pole, a utility pole at the corner of the cemetery and pulling the cable, the power line across the street that way. There is always the consideration of a Tesla-like solution. Since I will never be there without a car, there is nothing that says that the car could not power the observatory while I'm there, and put a couple of solar cells to keep the power on, to keep the lights on, so to speak, the security cameras and everything else when I'm not there. Yeah, we do not have fiber at home. I've been on what used to be Time Warner, became Spectrum, became Charter Communications. I've been on their cable for 20 plus years. No optics yet. Yeah, I have options, but no optical. I want to see what my Toyota Camry could do in terms of playing the role of a generator. By the way, right now I operate the entire observatory with the iOptron mount, the Edge HD telescope, the computer, the Optiplex, the cameras, the fan, everything inside that telescope, that observatory, operates at under, get that, 55 watts total, everything combined. I'm at about half an amp at 110 volts. And that should be easily generated by a cigarette lighter adapter into a Toyota Camry with a straight inverter. Oh, I do remember dial-up. I can still hear the modem tones in my head. Yeah, solar is a definite viable possibility. These are the discussions that I'm having with Wayne Parker of the Skyshed Pod as to the biggest power consumer is going to be the dome, not the telescope. And we're trying to see what the options are. Opening the hatch and closing it uses up power, but that's a one-time thing at the beginning of a session. Turning the dome, moving the dome around uses up power initially until it gets to a place where it is tracking the telescope slowly, and then it drops to very minimal. So I'm going to need surge capacity, but not much else for the dome. Then you said earlier that there is a 9 in there. Were you referring to my typing the coordinates? Did I mistype them into Stellina? I looked at the Renogy, that's a Canadian solar power company, Renogy, and they sell complete setups. Good night, Mike. They will sell you the solar panels, the inverter, the converter. Ah, thanks, Dan. It doesn't take much to mistype a digit and entering the array. I'm wondering if Seestar is starting to show stuff. No evidence that Stellina is showing anything. The DWARF II is about to reach the end of its journey with TCRB. TCRB is dropping behind the trees now. And let me show you what I mean. As you can see, we have trees. So Dwarf is gonna retire for the night. Shortly, but not yet. Okay, we're starting to see remnants of a supernova on Stellina. Stellina and Seestar both have dual band filters. DWARF and the C11 do not have dual band filters. End of August for the DWARF III. So in theory that's 3 weeks away. I'm going to start paring down the hardware that's up and running. DWARF is going to be retired. I'm going to switch tablets so to have DWARF's tablet cover Stellina. Probably can. Okay, I think I've put things in some semblance of an order. And both of them are starting to show the remnant. Seestar is just a little bit ahead. The big guy is not gonna contribute because of the lack of any kind of filter. Yep. It is more than foggy, it's trying to show some green color in it. I don't know if you can see the green now that I zoomed in a bit. And let me see if Stellina allows me to zoom in. Now, if you pay attention, you will notice that Stellina is flipped the other way around, a full 180 degree from what Seestar is. And this is a reminder that Stellina has a derotator in its sensor. So I'm gonna try to turn Stellina upside down. And see if I can adjust the field of view so they are comparable, but I think we have matches here. Yeah, right now they are almost identical. Stellina is just a touch zoomed in. Let me take it out just a bit out. Yeah, right now they are the same scale. I'm gonna retire the big guy for the night and stay with Stellina and Seestar. Glass has its privileges. With a 3-inch versus 2-inch, Stellina has twice the light capture capacity of Seestar. 3 square is 9, 2 square is 4. So more than twice the light capture capacity. Big difference in features is the derotator on the sensor with Stellina. Stellina is much older technology, so the processor in it is a lot slower. And my experience has been that the colors on Stellina are a little bit more saturated than those on Seestar, so the stacking algorithms are a bit different. They are identical Sony sensors, I think. No, take that back. Vespera and Seestar have identical sensors. Stellina has a 6 megapixel sensor, whereas Seestar is a 2 megapixel sensor. So Stellina has the better sensor and the derotator. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go radio silent while I go downstairs and close the dome. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. The plan is to have remote control of the dome for the new location. This way I'll be able to operate it from home without having to go there. But that'll be a while. Definite perimeter security. The order of events will be putting the concrete slab and putting a 6-foot high fence around it, and then putting the dome. Lockheed Martin, formerly known as Martin Marietta, formerly known as General Electric, not too far from my location, they have one of their radar test sites, a big dome, big ray dome, looking over the valley. And I'm not aware of any vandalism or any incident that they have had over the years. It's definitely going to keep me busy for the next few years. I already have a couple of local high school teachers who are very interested in using the observatory in their classrooms and bringing their students. So it's gonna hopefully have a positive impact. Dan, in what time zone are you located? I don't know if you mentioned that earlier and I did not see it, but whereabouts in the world are you? Yeah, they still build radars in Syracuse. Pacific Time, Northern California. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us. Join us often. This channel goes live anytime the skies are clear, day and night. Yep. I have an assortment of solar telescopes as well. Then when you find yourself with time on your hand, do a quick search of the 2000 plus videos that I have on the site. You might find some interesting stuff. The most interesting that you'll find is the evolution over the years of both the technology and the skill. I'm trying to match the backgrounds of Stellina and Seestar, and Stellina is always a little bit more reddish. I plan to give Cassiopeia A another 40 minutes and then it'll be bedtime for me. So we're gonna go till 2 a.m. to see how much more of Cassiopeia A we can form. Stellina should give us an indication if we're still making progress or if we have stalled. M31 is good now. If you wanna hang with me, we can do M31 tonight. Let me see what it is. Right now it is ideal. Since dwarf has nothing better to do, we'll put dwarf on M31 immediately. This is strange. DWARF says it needs to download a database of 114 meg. I'm going to cancel the download now and just go to M31. Okay. We're gonna have to do a fancy footwork here. Hello, Grant. Okay, we have Stellina back, but it's not upside down. So let's do that. And we have, okay, we need to get Stellina back here. And we're going to bring dwarf back up. We put the HD11 away for the night. Sorry. We had a planets only night last week. We covered everything. We'll do another planet night, but not tonight. Right now I'm trying to convince Dwarf to come back up. This is the first dwarf rose. The plan is still to stay on Cassiopeia A for another 10 minutes or so, and then we have Andromeda M31 in view. If you like galaxies, we can do M31 with one machine, M32 with the other. Okay, Dwarf 2 has M31. Yes, Tarek, it is M31, and Dwarf will be in its glory because it's the only one of these three telescopes that can fit M31 within its field of view. Okay, collimation. The first real step for me was to take the mirror out of the telescope. The Edge HD scopes can be used as hyperstar by putting a camera where the mirror is, so you're skipping one stage, took the mirror out, looked at it visually to make sure it is almost aligned, put it back in, and then aimed at a star and put the scope out of focus, aimed at a bright star. And then it was a matter of adjusting the 3 screws to tilt the mirror until that out of focus star looked like a perfect donut as opposed to a diamond ring. And that was the end of the collimation. Now, in fairness to M31, I'm going to push the curve just a touch. There we go. Alright, we're gonna send Stellina to take M33 at this point. So we have M33 on Stellina, M31 on DWARF II, and I think this is M45, even though Stellarium is insisting that this is the Maya Nebula NGC 1432. I really think this is M45, and it will not fit in the field of view of Seestar. Flip the dwarf over so all of them now have their little round and round circles at the bottom. Grant, in what part of the world do you live? Mr. Sorensen, or is it Zorenson? No, dwarf, that is M31, Andromeda galaxy. Just for reference, Stellina is running on battery. Seestar and dwarf are plugged into the wall. AC adapters. With a 50,000 milliamp hour battery in Stellina, it can pretty much go all night. It's been going for 5.5 hours, and it will easily go another hour and a half probably. Grant, I was able recently to run screen copy over Wi-Fi, and that reduced the load on the USB ports and provided a slightly smoother experience. Unfortunately, Stellina is not, that will not run in station mode. Seestar and DWARF do. So the Seestar, DWARF tablets and laptop, they're all on the same network with assigned IP addresses, and data flows very freely among them. Made a minor mistake with Triangulum, which I'm going to correct now. And that is rotating the screen so that Triangulum fits properly. That's one of the big benefits of the sensor derotation. It allows us to rotate the image as we please to perform the capture. Seestar in the middle is the Pleiades, Seven Sisters, Subaru, M45. Does not fit. It fits on DWARF, but DWARF is taken. Yes, without success because of the Bluetooth issue. DWARF will run, but not Seestar. Okay. Notice here, if I click on this little box, it allows me to rotate There we go. This way M33 will look slightly better as opposed to trying to go across the screen. It's going to go along the screen. Let's see what this one looks like. Hopefully it has rotated enough. If not, too bad. Yeah, the 16:9 ratio of the screen lends itself to 3 vertical devices, and they are effectively their normal size in that sense. We did not rotate Triangulum enough, but it's gonna have to do. Blue noise in the background of the Seestar. I rarely do post-processing of the Dwarf, Seestar or Stellina. Much of the post-processing that I do is of the C11 and the C16. Let me rephrase what I just said. The minimal amount of post-processing that I do is on the finished image. I do not restack. if they ever come up with their large aperture Seestar. Bill, our next big event has been announced. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're online, you may want to mark your calendars for Tuesday, September 17. The announcement says beginning 9 p.m. and ending midnight. My plan right now is to go live a lot closer to 7:30 p.m. as soon as the moon rises, and to stay with it probably until around closer to 1 a.m. This way we can see the penumbral eclipse and then the partial eclipse and then back to penumbral and then back to full moon. Yeah, it's going to be a multi-instrument event as well. We will have one telescope, most likely Seestar, will sit on the moon all night as it goes through its phases. We had success during the solar eclipse in having Seestar sit on the sun all day long. And by then, if we have Dwarf 3, then it can be hopping around. Otherwise, it's going to have to be Dwarf 2. The 16-inch telescope will be used for visual observing. That is the plan with the community outreach, especially with the presence of all the planets in a row. They will most likely hit, in addition to the moon, Saturn, Neptune, very likely Uranus and Mars and Jupiter before they get to midnight. We'll also have an 8-inch MEAD for visual observing. That will sit on the moon all night, so people can just walk up, look into it, and see the various phases of the moon. The automated part, or the EAA, I plan to have 2 telescopes. I don't see me carrying big hardware to Oswego. Probably just Dwarf and Seestar. One of them will be dedicated to the moon and the other will hop around to the different targets. Only if you plan to use them with the dome closed. My big concern with heating the dome, even here, is it's gonna attract all kind of critters that are seeking warmth in winter. It's bad enough when I find mice inside my car engine. I'd hate to turn the observatory into a mice magnet. If you come and visit, bring your thermal underwear with you. I'll provide coffee or hot cocoa, whichever. That's right, you're not a coffee drinker. Yeah, I can see that. Capella is out, or is up, and fairly visible in the sky. So in 6 days we'll be trying to cover the Perseus meteor shower. I have already experimented with dwarf's wide-angle lens, and to my surprise I could not see a single star in it. It does not go far enough in either gain or exposure time. Larry, my experience with Seestar is if it's unable to stack frames, it'll only tell you once and then stop saying it. And it'll go discarding them without telling you. That's what Andromeda is looking like. Is that what you had in mind, Bill, that we can click on and off? Actually, this can be made just a bit bigger. Yeah, if you have not done M31 with dwarf, you're missing, because the other scopes cannot fit it in. So the wide angle length of dwarf 2 is not suitable for the meteor shower. The telephoto lens may be a bit too narrow, we'll see. But if nothing else, I will aim it at Mirfak within Perseus, which is going to be the most active area. My Canon camera with an 18mm wide-angle lens seems to be the most suitable at this point. Stellina is hopeless. Seestar may be used, but I don't know if it does any better than dwarf. I have not tried that, iPhone or Android. I'll give it a try. I wonder if we'll be able to tell the difference between satellite trails and meteors, if they enter the screen from one end and exit the other. The cell phone is tied up right now, otherwise I could give it a try. But yeah, it could be a single machine live YouTube stream. Yeah, definitely worth a try. Let's see how well Andromeda is doing. We're starting to see the lines inside the galaxy, the brownish. And we can definitely see M32 and M110, I believe it is. but it is these lines I'm referring to, those shadowy lines. And these are the other two galaxies, this one M32 and this is M110. Gurf, how long of an exposure was it? So I plan to give Dwarf another 20 minutes and then come 3 a.m. it will be bedtime. It's gonna be a busy day tomorrow, busy day ahead. Okay, Stellina went to sleep again. Okay, not a single shot, very good. I took images of Neptune earlier tonight. Let me see if I can tell you exactly when. About 3 hours ago, almost exactly 3 hours ago, is when we took Neptune, so it will be 3:10 into the webcast, into the stream. M27 is a beautiful nebula. If you have a bigger telescope, bigger lens, you may want to look at M57, the Ring Nebula. That is a gorgeous one as well. But Seestar is showing some very nice nebulosity from M45. And M33 is a very, very beautiful galaxy, but takes forever. And the weather forecast for the rest of the week. Monday, we should be able to do some solar imaging on and off, especially midday. And the beginning with 7 p.m. it turns cloudy. Tomorrow night is hopeless. Wednesday night is good, and potentially, yeah, Wednesday night seems to be the only open night this week. You're welcome. Thanks, Bill, and thanks for hanging with us for the past 6 hours. Andromeda is looking indeed nice. We're seeing more and more fidelity to the dust lanes. Given the clarity of the sky and how beautiful M31 is coming out, I hesitate to interrupt it arbitrarily. I'm gonna let it run. We'll see how much better it's gonna look. David, I have equatorially mounted dwarf in the past. Yeah, no problem. I have done it. The position of M31 tonight all but eliminated field rotation, except for the tiny dirt on the right side, or the bottom side, if you will. There is no sign of field rotation anywhere on in the picture. I had an unexpected pleasant surprise this morning as I was putting the dwarf to image the sun. The neutral density filter fell out of my hand 2 floors down onto the concrete and bounced, and neither of the 2 pieces of glass broke. It was totally intact. So I was happy. I'll make sure and drop it on grass next time. I thought for sure that when I went down to pick it up that it'll be shattered in pieces. Nope, not even a scratch. David, the stars look blurry on Dwarf because it is a cheap telescope. I've never had round stars on it from day one. Don't know if it is pinched optics or what, but I'm not too worried about it. For what we paid for it, definitely getting my money's worth. Seestar and Stellina, on the other hand, there is Seestar, and the stars are very, very round. And let's look at Stellina. And they are very round also. Thanks for the tip, David. I will double check that. I think we have reached the limit of improvement on Andromeda. That's 420 stacked times 10 seconds, so that's 70 minutes. I don't see it improving any further on this telescope. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna call it a night, and thank you for joining us. Looks like Wednesday is a possibility. I will keep you posted. And we'll try to identify some targets. Since you're asking about the theme music, we recorded that, the Syracuse University Brass Ensemble recorded that for us. They wrote it and recorded it specifically for trackmeets.com. So we would open every webcast of a track meet and close it with that theme music. So I own the copyright on this one, and YouTube has never challenged it. I remember we paid all of $500 to have them write it, play it, record it, and it was money well spent. So good night, guys.